Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for the second game of tonight's doubleheader. This is in Group B of the Trinbago Knight Riders TTCB T20 Festival right here at the Queen's Park Oval. And already we say congratulations to the KFC Clark Road as they took care of business. Probably not as clinical as they would have liked, but a win is a win, as they say. And you take the points and move on, as they were given a little bit of a scare by Victoria, but in the end they prevailed quite handsomely. Here's Raymond Reefer now as he starts, and immediately he is under attack. Williams trying his best to get a quick start for Powergen, together with Jeremy Solozano. Another quick single, and they might get more than one, but no, Williams was sprinting up to the striker's end, so he would not have seen what was happening behind him. So Daniel Williams and Jeremy Solozano doing the honors at the top. So the other left-hander now, the wicketkeeper batsman, Daniel Williams. And did he get a touch onto that one? It seems so, because there you could see the hands go up there, and wicketkeeper Captain Adrian Ali would be disappointed with that. If that was in fact a touch, that would go down as a chance without Daniel not having scored a run. Good effort on this occasion. Really scrambling to his right there to prevent that from going past him. There is a short, fine leg, so had that gone past him, that could very well have gone into the boundary. Probably trying to overhit it. But that's the experience of a Raymond Reefer. We saw him lead his team to a victory out at the Bernara Cricket Academy recently, bowling a splendid spell and batting well. And that's a great shot. This could have a couple of runs that might actually get to the boundary, just cutting it off. And they should be going for a third, but they decide against it and had to settle for 2. But that was a good tumbling save right on the ropes there. He had a long chase to his left, and now he's checking his knee. Might be missing some skin there, because the ground is hard. That's a gift. Reefer was trying to pitch it up, maybe looking for a little bit of swing, and missed it and paid the price. 4 good-looking runs there to Williams, who still had to go down a bit to fetch it, but he hit it well, got under it, and picked up a boundary the first of the innings, and after 1 over, it's 10 without loss.
At the end of the first over, 10 without loss. Bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end, Deshaun Castro.
So Tishon Castro is going to pick up the attack. He too bowled very well in that Premier Division 1 final. So he gets another opportunity here to impress. His best bowling of 4 for 56. And runs again. And it actually goes into the boundary. He had it covered, and then it just seemed to get out of his grasp. Compare that to what we saw on the other side of the field in the previous over, where there was a big tumbling save. He had to run further. It was a good shot. Played it down behind the square, and here the fielder seemed to have it covered, and then he didn't, as they say. And again, he has a chase to his left this time. But does even better this time around, limiting them to just a 1 run. So Castro now will try to change up the field a little bit. They brought the man in, but he's bowling this time to Williams. And Williams is cutting just in front of the man who's brought in off the boundary there to that short backward point position, just on the circle. And it just didn't go his way there. That's Ramlogan, Rivaldo Ramlogan. You could see him putting up the big barrier there, but turning his head because the ball is bouncing just in front of him. More runs. That's a good shot. Could get a couple, could get 4. Not even the speedy Rivaldo Ramlogan, nor Chandapal Hemraj, who was the first to get a stab at it. Neither one of them could cut it off. That's a brilliant shot. So Powergen, who won the toss and opted to bat first. So a lot of focus on this game. I think the two teams that played earlier would be keeping a keen eye. Here they go again, trying to get it into that gap. And Logan has dropped a little bit deeper. He's overshot the keeper. Now, Ali is a short man, so that isn't a difficult exercise. However, it was way over his head. To the end of the second over, 21 without loss after 2 now. So the first one went for 10, the second one went for 11. Salazano is on 13, Williams on 7. Both men have a boundary to their name, so that should make them feel pretty good. There's an appeal, trying to hoik it on the onside there. Solozano just kind of lost his shape there a little bit. Instead of trying to hit it maybe back past the bowler, he looked like he wanted to hit it up Pompey. Yep, went right across it. Probably was going to shape down leg side. Might have clipped the leg stump as well, you never know. But the umpire giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Thick outside edge, but it went down. You could see him trying to run it down to third man. And the third man is very straight, so that ball went almost directly to him. Now, if he opens the face, plays it to his left, there's big acreage out there, open space. That ought to help too. There's nobody to stop that. That a brilliant shot. What an extra cover drive. He just hammered that. Reefer was pitching up, missed his mark, but Williams didn't. Said thank you very much, and he just bludgeoned it past the left hand of Castro there, who never moved. So Reefer, who looked almost unplayable a couple nights ago at the Brian Lara, is finding he's off to a bit of a rough start here now. 14 already, taking off his bowling. And you could see Williams pleading for a wide. But the umpire says no, unless he anticipated that it might have been a touch onto the pad or his person. Reefer out of Barbados for West Indies all-rounder. And there he goes again, but there is a man stationed there, not off the middle of the bat from Williams. Just likes to throw the bat at the ball. And sometimes he doesn't make the full contact because he tends to almost go across the line of the ball sometimes. And but when he hits it hard because he's applying power onto it. Solozano goes for one, and I thought for a moment there he might have put the fielder under some pressure, but he opted against doing that. 2 overs completed by Reefer, 3 overall. It's 28 without loss. So Williams on 12 from 9, Solozano on 14 from 9. So these two trying to build a decent partnership here, while at the same time trying to take advantage of the fielding restrictions in the power play overs. If they can add another 28 in the next 3 overs, they will be, I suppose, very happy. And providing they don't lose too many wickets. Castro, that's a gift. That's 4 runs. Right on the body there. And easy pickings for Solozano. And he wasn't going to miss out. On his legs, going further down the leg side. And he just helped it. So he goes quickly now on to 18 from 10. Powergen Penal up to 32. So we saw 1 penalty win already tonight. KFC Clark Road United. And Castro, brilliant again from Solozano. What a shot that is. Look how he bisected the two fielders in that general area. Neither one of them had a chance. He just chipped into that one, gave himself a little room and stroked it through the offside. He didn't go across the line this time. He went with the delivery and placed it beautifully between cover and extra cover for 4. And again, he's playing that little dab shot, just running it down to short third man. It's almost like a guaranteed run every time. But what a shot. We've seen 2 brilliant shots through the offside already. One from Williams and that last one there from Solozano. That had real class in it. I'm sure Williams would probably want to show that he too can do the business. That's 4 more. Almost in the identical place where Solozano scored a boundary earlier. Another gift from Castro. Gift wrap on the pads. And he says, have a nice day. And I'd imagine Williams said, thank you very much. So, although these 2 experienced bowlers really lit up the place in the final on the weekend, they have really struggled a little bit here to get on track. And that's a delivery that kept a little bit low, and Williams was just jumping into line. 41 without loss now after 4.
41 without loss at the end of over. Bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion, Castro Singh.
So a change, and so 2 overs to Rifa and 2 overs to Tishon Castro, and Castro Singh is joining proceedings here now. I'm sure Ali would want a little bit of a clogging of this hemorrhaging of runs that has taken place. These 2 can get in the next 2 overs, in the next 12 deliveries, if they can get another 15, 20 runs, that would be an excellent power play for Powergen. But I'm sure Castro Singh would want to pick a pepper. Best way to slow down this runaway train. More runs, a couple here. If they run quickly, they should get the second run. That's an easy 2 runs. But for some reason, they decided against it. But that clearly was 2 runs. They had already touched down. You look at it here, they touched down. The fielder hasn't picked up the ball as yet. And immediately Solozano put his hand up as if to say he wasn't going back for a second run. But that should easily have been 2, because that is the bigger side of the ground as well. And that's a big hit. It's gone on the cycle track. A maximum to add to the intrigue here, as Powergen really are building a solid base here now. There's Williams just freeing his arms. A nice solid base. Look at him there. His both feet firmly planted. And he's just swinging through the line. And again, out over point this time. There's a man running around there. They should get the second run quite comfortably. So the runs continue to flow here. 48 now without loss. Daniel is up to 22. And Solozano is on 24. Williams. Well, look at the amount of turn. And it's called a wide. Singh really gripped that one, and it gripped in the pitch too. Look how it held up in the pitch and just jumped and turned. And again, trying to go across the line all the time. Just that ball that turned there, even though it was called a wide, it just put something in the batsman's head there. All the time they were going through the offside, or going with the spin. Just that one turn and bounce, and he tried to go across the line. That's where he has to play it, and that's brilliantly played indeed for 4 more. Again, just on him, but that brings up the 50th partnership. Brilliant work, takes it to 55 now. So precisely what the captain didn't want has happened in this over. 14 from the over already. And he would have been hoping that Singh would have kept the batsman quiet, if not pick up pepper. So this is the final ball of this over. And Williams just couldn't get it past the bowler. Still a productive over for Powergen. 55 without loss after 5.
At the end of over number 5, Powergen Penal, 55 without loss. Solozano on 24, Williams on 20. Bowling for Bess, Marchin Patriots, probably will run together. Ricky Jaipur.
So Ricky Jaipur is going to come into the attack now as he replaces Castro. And right now, they're looking for answers here. Bess Motors, Marchin Patriots. Somebody. They're just asking somebody. Give us a sign. They just need somebody to just hold their nerve here a little bit. And try and break this partnership. And you could see Solozano there in 2 minds. Initially looked like he was going to come down the wicket. Then he checked. A nice strong offside field. A nice ring. Everybody on the edge of the circle. 5 of them over there. A short fine leg, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, and a long on. And he's gone past the bowler. He got a hand to it, but it had real fire in it. And Jaipur put his hand up, and he took a lot of the sting out of it, because if he didn't, I'm not sure if Reefer was going to get around to cut that off at long on. So Solozano, you'd have to say, effectively got a life there. This is good cricket from these two. They seem to complement each other very well, even though they're both left-handed. Again, not able to get to the pitch of it. He's started to come and then opted to stay back. 57 with all loss. We are in over number 6 here now. 2 legal deliveries left. Should get to 1 comfortably. You could just see Jaipal not carrying the ball up, and he's a tall man, so you can put it down in the spot just short of a good length. Both of them are roughly about the same height, so they have to respect that. Here's a quick single once more. So excellent running between the wickets, and at the end of over number 6, the power play is up 59 without loss. When you consider in the earlier game, we had 47 in the first innings, 72 in the second inning, the power play overs. This one, it goes high in the air. Somebody should get there, or maybe somebody should just turn and pick it up beyond the boundary. That's a good hit again. Just coming into line, not too much fuss from Williams, and he just hoiked it over long on. There was a man out there, and all he could do is stand and gaze, almost as if he was admiring an air show, as the ball just sailed over his head and landed in front the Jeffrey Stonemeyer stand. And again, in the opposite direction, there might be a chance. No, that too goes for 6. He kind of pulled his hand away. I'm not sure if he didn't think he could, even if he couldn't catch it, he could have tried to pull it back into the field. But there's Williams going the opposite way this time. And that's good, sensible cricket. You take what the bowlers give you. 71 now, all of a sudden, instead of slowing down, they're beginning to accelerate. They go for the single quickly, but Solozano not interested in a second run. That pushes the score to 72 now. So these two are going at a pretty decent clip, just over 11 runs and over. And Solozano misses out there because that was just short of a length, and he loves that cut shot. There is a man at that. There's a short third man, then there's a backward point. There is a point on the boundary, and there's a cover as well as a long off. That's the offside field for Singh. And another easy single to end the over. Actually, no, there's one more. I think one more delivery in this over. So Daniel is on 43. Solozano is on 27. Daniel Williams. And again, he goes over the head of the man at that short backward point and down to the boundary for 4. So the runs continue to flow here. And it's that man Williams leading the way. He's not sparing Kastri Singh at all. In fact, he takes a real liking to his bowling and has been feasting. The end of the over 7 completed. It's 77 for no loss. All the 7s. Daniel Williams on 47, Jeremy Solozano on 27, and Powergen has 77 for no loss after 7. Kastri Singh's 2 overs have cost him 32 runs. Danny Ramjit Singh to pick up the attack. Which is kind of surprising because I thought Jaipal bowled a pretty good over. And he had that one chance, but it was a real hot chance. And immediately they could scamper one. They're going back for a second. He has to hurry. And he gets there in time. Good effort on the part of Reefer, but not good enough. Unless the plan is to bring Jaipal from the bottom end. So you can probably bowl into that bigger side of the field. And that's picked away. There's a player, there's a fielder there, and he takes the catch. A real gift from Williams there. And he goes for 47. So Ramjit Singh gets the breakthrough. And it's 80 for 1 now. So Turton taking the catch to end that partnership. That was a dangerous partnership there, and it looked like it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. So Akil Cooper. So he makes his way out in the middle. Cooper is in pretty good nick as well. Does hit the ball very hard. And immediately he's off the mark. So Ramjit Singh doing the business for his captain. And boy, did they need that wicket, because those two were threatening to take the game away from them quickly. And Good early work there, but they had to be careful. There was nobody backing up. Had that ball eluded the keeper, they probably would have gotten the run or more. Solozano with the full face of the bat there to end the over. 8 completed. It's 82 for 1 now. And you'd have to say that was the least costly over or of the inning so far. Just 5 runs coming from it. The least expensive. So Rivaldo Logan is coming into the attack now. So we're going to be asking him to be very miserly as well. Just had a 5-run over. Asking him to repeat that. This one badly miscued by Solozano. It just seemed to rush on to him. Luckily for him, he just spooned it over the bowler's head, but not far enough to be picked up in the long on region, or even by the man at that short mid-wicket. So the run rate has just tipped a little bit to 10, just over 10 and over. They were going at 11. And stifled appeal, but you could see Cooper initially pointing to the top of the leg as if to say it's too high. I don't know. Let the umpire make that decision. I don't know if he's trying to con the umpire there, convince him that it can't get out with that umps. Too high. So Cooper turns the strike over. So far, so good. Just 2 singles from the first 3 deliveries from Rivaldo Logan. This is what they're going to expect of him the rest of the way. Can't lose his concentration at all. And here is Solozano again, just trying to run it square. Probably hit it a little later than he wanted to, or maybe a little earlier than he wanted to, and he couldn't place it. Big drive there. They go for 1, and that's all they'll get. That's good fielding out in the deep, plus a good early release to limit them to just the 1 run. Christian Turton doing more good work out there at long off. He's at long on now as the right-handed Cooper. Waits. And he's going to get a couple here. First one quickly. And not much Reefer could do to deny them that. So that ends the over. Not a bad over, and but still leaking a few runs there. So the end of the over 9 completed. Now it's 87 for 1. Again, 5 runs coming off of that over. So they've kept things down to a minimum to the point where the run rate has dipped under 10. And they've decided to bring back Ricky Jaipal now after getting the breakthrough. He bowled a pretty good first over, just 4 runs from it. And there again, this one is in the air. Jaipal is tracking it down, and he cannot hold on to it. It was a long chase for him, the bowler. He had to check from his follow through and then try and locate the ball. And again, anytime it goes up into the night skies, it's a difficult catch. And you could see him, he never looked like he was going to be comfortable under. That one would have had to have stuck in his hands there. It didn't. And this is what makes this man so dangerous, Jaipal. He doesn't really bring the ball up to the batsman. Because of his height, he's able to locate, just to put it in front of them, but he doesn't give them pace. He kind of takes the pace out of it. And the batsmen have to apply the pace themselves, or the power. And that is where they run into problems, because they can't get under the ball as they would like. And sometimes they can't get over it. That's good fielding again. Just keeping it tight in front of them there, making sure. Chandapal Himraj with that short extra cover position. Brilliant over so far from Jaipal. That's more like it. Just a 1 run from this over so far. And that was a near cotton ball opportunity. And what an over. Compared to what we've had before, to bowl an over and concede just the 1 run is an amazing achievement in itself. 10 overs completed, 88 for 1 now, with Williams gone for 47, 34 to Solozano. Cooper is on 4. The players will get some refreshments. We'll take a break and come back with more. Let's welcome you back here. We're getting ready for the resumption of play in this, the second game of tonight's doubleheader. This is the nightcap between Powergen Penal cricket team and the Bess Motors Marchin Patriots. Powergen won the toss and are batting. And so far, so good. 88 for 1. They've lost the wicket that of Daniel Williams for 47, a breezy 47, leading with boundaries. One or two spectacular ones. Solozano also has been playing well, but he has slowed down considerably since the loss of his opening partner. And Akil Cooper hasn't really been able to get his momentum going, at least not just yet. He is a powerful hitter of the ball, but he hasn't had anything to work with so far. Rivaldo Ramlogan still not giving him much. But he has to be careful. He doesn't want to get into a rut there and then just, as they say, pelt a whoop and get out. If you're not timing the ball well, just stroke it around and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Let Solozano be your ally at this stage. Give you time to get going. But then when you get to produce shots like that, there's a man at long off who was no more than about 10 meters from the ball, and he couldn't get across to that. That ball was hit with tremendous power. The man at long off, I was watching at him, I say, but he's not moving to the ball. But he realized early o'clock that he had no hope of cutting that off. As that one screamed past him, that's Ricky Jaipal out there. And that's the power of the man, Akil Cooper. Let's see if that gets him going. 93 now for 1. And again, this time it's going. There's a man out there, just couldn't get on it. He didn't trust that he was going to be able to complete the catch, so he pulled out of it at the very last moment. Looks like Kamel Puran out there. Kenny threw the kitchen sink at that one, and it just trickled. It got caught under his boot, it looks like, or the pad. But he was going for the fences there. He probably didn't even know where the ball was at one stage. So another wide signal. So that pushes the score to 95 now. And we've seen that so often. The bowlers are a little bit confused because if the batsman moves, they expect the line to move as well. But how often have we seen that? And once it starts wide, the umpires keep it as a wide. And again, just over the head of the man. It's going to get too comfortably. Reefer does well. And that ends the over. 11 completed now. It's 97 for 1. So Ricky Jaipal is going to continue. He's been bowling really well. And he continues in that vein. He's not applying any sort of pace on the deliveries. So the batsmen obviously are the ones who are going to have to apply the power. Who knows, he might get them to make a fall shot. And again, but that's hit really hard, but still not hard enough to go to carry to the man at long off. And it's a no ball as well. So Jaipal must have something behind the line. And he might have just transgressed there. $99 for 1. Salazano again loops it up in the air. He wants a second run. But Cooper not about to risk another run. 100 on the board now. 100 for 1 in the 12th over. Jaipal must be backing himself here to pick up pepper. He's bowled very well. And that one is smashed away, but there's a long chase. And eventually they're going to have to settle for the 2 runs. And that's all they'll get. Kamil Puram covering a lot of ground to his left and to his right. One of the boundary riders, as they say. Cooper starting to at least find his range. 12 from 15 now. And that's a bullet. And I don't think he's going to get around to that one. Nothing Reefer could do about it. That was hit with awesome power. Similar to the one he hit at the opposite end. He just waited on it and then just opened his shoulders and cracked it past the extra cover. The man at long off, Reefer, thought he had a chance. But he might have had to burst his hamstrings to get across to that one. 106 now for 1. And again, but this time he picks up. He was trying to hit it so hard. He probably was trying to place it more than anything else. And he ended up picking out Himraj, Chandapal Himraj, and couldn't get a run. Himraj was looking at the last shot that just flew past him, and he never made an attempt to get across to it. Not that it would have helped much. This time he places it better. I think that's what he was trying to do the shot before. And instead of doing that, he picked out the man. So 107 for 1 at the end of over number 12. So 10 runs coming off of that over. So what does Ali have up his sleeve here? Who can he turn to maybe help him turn this thing around? Well, he's gone back to Danny Ramjit Singh. Ramjit Singh, remember, got the breakthrough. And he's going to test him once more to see if he can pick another pepper for him. Will lightning strike twice? But there are men platooning all on the boundary. Long off, long on, deep square, deep mid-wicket. And that one is into the gap, 4 runs. Nobody moved. There's a deep mid-wicket and there's a long on, but there's a big acreage between them, and the ball was placed almost equidistant between them, and 4 easy runs. Now they've pulled a man from the offside and maybe try to plug that gap on the onside. So now they have a long on, deep mid wicket, square leg, and a deep backward square. Those are the onside. Well, there's also a short fine leg. And they've gone for one, and they're going for the second one. He's going to have to hurry, and he doesn't catch it. He doesn't accept it at the non-striker's end. He had a chance there. I'm not sure if Solozano would not have made it, but you at least need to let the umpire, give the umpire some work. Good fielding out there, and just as the throw was a little bit off, and that probably is what caused him to not gather it in. And although he went with it with one hand, as opposed to two. You could just see, again, Ramjit Singh not giving the batsman any pace at all. So you're seeing Cooper having to wait. Just that split second is throwing off his timing. If he was just free to just swing the bat as he very well pleased, he probably would have been hitting the ball all over the park here, or all out of the park. But because there isn't much pace around, the batsmen have to just check. And that's a gift. In the air, out of the ground. And did that one hit the roof of the... Just missing the stage area there. But that's 6 runs to Jeremy Solozano. A real gift, a long hop. And he is into the 40s now. He's on to 44. In the meantime, Powergen are pushing on. They're up to 121 now. And they haven't really hit the happy hour period just yet. And they've only lost to 1 wicket. That's the worrying thing for Patriots. And they almost lost a second one there. But Solozano, who's living a bit of a charmed life, tick under edge, just trickled past the stumps. And another day, he'd probably be going back because that one would have crashed into the stumps. And get out the way. He just stopped 4 runs. That's exactly what Cooper is probably saying to him. Jeremy, you rubbed me 4 runs there, because that was hit so hard that he couldn't get out the way at the non-striker's end. And now he's down for the count. Probably hit him right on the box. Look at Solozano. He's moving at the very last minute. It's almost like he didn't see that coming. And now he's in all kind of pain. So 122 for 1 now at the end of 13 overs. But that was certainly 4 runs. The man at long on was wide, and that ball was darting towards that Najiko signboard there. I don't think he would have gotten close to it because he had real power on it. I think Solozano, if he learned his lesson, would start to take a position wider. Because standing that close, you're within the arc and you could very well suffer as a result. So it's going to be Jaipal to continue. He's bowled well. 1 for 20. Actually, no. And there goes Solozano jumping down the wicket. Again, head in the air. And he goes for 45. Stumped by Ali off the bowling of Jaipal. Actually, he's bowled him. I thought the keeper was the one who removed him in, but there's plenty of turn there. And he ended up getting bowled. So wicket number 2 goes down, 122 for 2 now. Navin Bidesi is making his way out. We've seen this when many felt that one of the big hitters should be sent ahead of Bidesi, but he has the blessings of his captain, so he's joining the captain out there right now, Akil Cooper. And they're maintaining that left-hand, right-hand combination. And immediately he is off and running. So a good contest, this one. Powergen trying to accelerate and just get the tempo up, keep it up. Maybe get that strike rate, get the scoring rate back up into the tens. So it's 9.3 right now. And a little niggle there. That's going to run down the hill. That's going to go for 4. Probably not the most convincing of shots there from Cooper, but he'll take it all the same. Another good delivery from Jaipal. So 127 now for 2. Cooper pushes on to 28. That's a good tumbling save. Once again there from the experienced Turton. That's one of those difficult positions to feel. The ball is always moving, so you have to keep your eyes on it all the way into your arms. So Jaipal really has put on a splendid spell here for his captain. Trying to finish up strongly here, but they're going to take 1 and be happy with that. So 1 for 22 for Jaipal as he completes his 4 overs. And 14 overs completed now. It's 129 for 2. So they're right there, hovering at where they could really launch themselves in these last 6 overs or so. So they have 36 balls. Can they get another 70? But as long as Cooper is there, he could make the world a difference. But this is where the challenge is with the experienced Raymond Reefer coming back into the attack. Well, he hasn't had any luck at all. Has been fairly expensive. His 2 overs have cost him 16 runs. But with the restrictions relaxed now, this might work in his favor. So again, there's a short third man, a short backward point. There's a man on the boundary at point, extra cover, and a long off. That's the offside field. And this one swung again, no timing at all there from Bidesi. Good thing though is that he's rotated strike, given strike to his captain, Cooper, who's on 29 from 25. He too had his struggles early on, but he's beginning to find a range every so often. A short ball that Cooper again, no pace from Reefer there. Had to wait on it. And remember, because he's swinging into the big side of the ground, and with fielders right in the boundaries, you have to be so careful that you don't just sky one and give your wicket away. Cooper has done all the hard work. Now is the time for him to try to cash in. This young man is only just getting started, BDC. And again, big almighty swing, but no pace. And that's the experience of a Reefer. He's saying to the batsman, if you want to hit it, you hit it. You put power behind it. I'm not giving you any. But then he could slip in a quick one. That's a good shot, but still. Kamapuran is out there to limit them to just the 1 run. So much better over this one. Just the 3 singles in it so far from Reefer. Reefer very meticulous. He wants those 2 men, short third man, short backward point. And that one is pulled again into the big side of the ground. And just another single there. So just 4 singles from this over. So Reefer doing the job here so far. Even if he doesn't get the wickets, he's certainly curtailing the run scoring. And another single to end the over. So a splendid over this from Reefer. Excellent work there. So at the end of 15, it's now 134 for 2. So 30 balls left, 30 legal deliveries. Tishon Castro is also back. His first two cost him 24 runs. He can ill afford to be that expensive. But then Cooper would want nothing more than just that. BDC, 5 from 6. I'm sure he would like to put back the ball here, maybe get a boundary or two to help with the score. And as we say, if you're not going to get a boundary, then get off strike. And Ali is just making them wait a little bit. So he has a fine leg, short, and a short third man. Taken off there, but there's nobody backing up. That was the challenge there. And Chanapal Hemraj thought about it. He thought about it. He thought about it. And then he decided against throwing it. But you could see him really eyeing it there as if to say, take that one. But they did get the single in the end. It should be 135. And that's gone. Picked up from outside the off stump and deposited by the scoreboard. Castro probably can't believe it that ball ended up there. Look at where this ball is pitched. And look at where it's gone. That's what you call a cross-batted shot. West Indian style. And again, he's trying to repeat the dose. But he hits this one hard into the ground. Probably saying to himself, maybe I should have gone through the offside with that one. There's plenty of space out there. That there's a single almost every ball, and possibly even two, depending on how firmly it is played. So a leg by signal there. Still, Bidesi can't seem to get going. And now they're probably looking at the decision to put him in ahead of some of the other big hitters. Uthman Mohammed, I'm sure, would love to get a swing. And here he goes again. That's another boundary there. Probably not where he intended it to go, but it doesn't matter. There are no style points when you're swinging the bat like that to try to add as many runs as possible. It's just the outcome that is important now. Thank goodness they weren't having a concert there, else it might have been dangerous. Again, he had to wait on it, then just push and run, get his captain back on strike. He's up to 43. We've already had two men out in the 40s. Solozano for 45, Williams for 47, and Rivaldo Ramlogan is back. Just checking his field. Long on, long off. Deep square leg. Deep backward square. Short, fine leg. Thought for a moment there of a quick single. They could have actually gotten the single if they had gone initially. So there's a short third man. There's that short backward point as well, just at the edge of the circle. Man on the point boundary, extra cover, and a long off. Big swing from Cooper. Just a leg by, and you can see him rehearsing the shot. And this is where you need somebody at the other end right now who can also strike fear into the bowlers. But right now, Bidesi has had his issues. 6 from 8. They really need him to get a move on here now. Edged 4 runs. A despairing dive at that short third man position. But that brings up the 150 out of the very toe of the bat. Might have been called a wide had he missed it. So far he had to go and try to fetch it. But they all count 4 runs. That will do his confidence some good. 10 from 9 now, so he's finally ahead of runs to balls faced. So now he hands it over to Cooper for him to do the needful. He has 2 balls in this over. One of them, I'm sure, the first one, he might be swinging for the fences. And then the next one, he might be looking to see if he could pinch the strike, which would be smart cricket on his part. His partner, though, has to be very alert. That's gone. From the moment it left the bat, you could just tell from that sweet, beefy sound. And it just sailed over mid-wicket for a 6 or a wideish long on. That's a good clean hit from Akil Cooper. That puts him to 49 now, so he's 1 away. And he was looking for this single. It would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He would have gotten to his half century and he would have retained strike. Instead, he got neither. So it was a dot ball. 160 for 2 now after 17. So 3 overs left, 18 legal deliveries. How many more can they get? If Cooper can face the majority of deliveries, then they could probably threaten 190, maybe get another 30 runs, if not more, probably even 200. But he may very well be the man. So again, immediately Bidesi gets him on strike. Raymond Reefer starts his final over. Not for 22 so far. But he's up against Cooper. And again, Cooper will have to be mindful. There isn't much by way of pace coming from Reefer. And he has those 2, the short, the very straight fine leg, and then a wider fine leg, or third man, I should say. And that is his 50. Cooper thought about a second run, but it was not there. So that's his 50. 5 fours and 2 sixes. So 50 from 36 balls. So captain leading from the front. But now he has to keep going. And really, it's like a comedy of errors there. The batsman trying to invent a scoop, but there are two fielders, a short fine leg and a short third man. Unless he gets it very much directly over the keeper's head, she might very well spoon a catch to one of those two behind the keeper there. But again, a lack of pace. He tries it again, and just as I was suggesting, he just scooped it right into the hands of the short fine leg, and he departs for 12. It's almost like he could see it coming, and he just scooped it gleefully into the hands there. Is it Jaden Lutchman yes, it looks like Lutchman is on the field. So it's 162 now for 3. So Reefer has come back and bowled beautifully. Again, using every bit of that experience. Dejon Charles now. Another one of those beefy hitters. Of course, the first thing here is to try to see off Reefer. Maybe just milk him. They might get 2 here. That's played nicely, but they don't seem too keen for that. They'll settle for the single. Cooper is going at a strike rate of 138.89. That should be 139 if you round it off. Pretty important knock. Very, very responsible on his part. Now, can he finish it off? If he's smart, he'll look for a single here to see off Cooper Reefer rather, in the meantime. And I thought he had missed it. He's going to get a second run, and they'll take it to Puran. Comes across and tidies up. But that's the end of the over. Reefer 1 for 26 from his 4. And at the end of that over, 18 completed. It's now 165 for 3. So 2 overs to go, 12 legal deliveries. Can they get 20 to get up to 185? Or maybe even more than 20. But that's going to be dependent on how well Cooper can swing the bat. First, Dejon Charles would have to get him back on strike quickly. Tishon Castro coming to bowl his final over. 0 for 37 from 3. And I don't think he can afford to leak more than maybe 10 in this over. Anything more than that is advantage Powergen. Charles. I think his primary role here is to get, if he's not going to hit a 6 or 4, get his captain back on strike. And that's sensible cricket. They might go back for a second run. They're going to hurry and they'll get it too. A little bit of a bubble in the field. And just like that, the batsmen were back in a flash for that second run. Kashri Singh there making a meal of that one. Seemed to have it covered. And that's a big hit. That's going up high in the air. There's a man getting under it, and he takes it. Again, trying to get into the swing of things, but not able to do so. He goes for 3. And Tishon Castro gets his first wicket. Very well judged catch. Out in the deep. And you could see how he planted there, and he was hoping that he'd get the elevation. So Christian Turton doing the honors out there again. So that's his second catch of the evening. And it's Ewart Nicholson now coming. I think a lot of people would be asking the question, why didn't somebody like a Nicholson or an Uthman Mohammed come before Bidesi? But I suppose they wanted somebody to just to build a partnership. But now they have no choice. It's like a double-fisted attack here now from both ends and from both batsmen. Castro 1 for 39. And they might get a second. They should get a second here. What this means is that Cooper is kept off strike. So if it was Ali, I wouldn't be too disappointed at all that they're getting 2 runs instead of a single. And as opposed to Cooper blazing away with boundaries and 6s. So he's stuck on 52, but he's at the non-strikers end. He's been there for some time. And he's bowled them well. A real slower delivery. And it's almost like he didn't see it at all, Nicholson. And he was outfoxed there by Castro. And look at how far from the wicket he is. And well out in front there. The ball hasn't even arrived and he's come finished his shot. So 169 for 5 now. Uthman Mohammed gets his opportunity. So 2 wickets in this over for Castro. He now has 2 for 41. And he'll be bowling first up to Uthman Mohammed, the new batsman. So no real change in the field. And immediately he is off the mark. And what it means is that there's one delivery left for Cooper. So he's under pressure here to either deliver another maximum or get a single and be on strike to start the next over, the final over. This one is up in the air and dropping. So again, another good delivery. What a fine over from Castro. And 170 for 5. Castro ends up with 2 for 42. So 170 for 5 with 1 to go. Uthman Mohammed will be on strike to start the next over, the final over of this innings. And the strike rate has dipped under 9 now, 8.95. 170, and knowing the start that they had, they might be thinking closer to 200, so they may be 25 or so runs short of where they hope to be. So Rivaldo Ramlogan to bowl the final over. Not for 25 from his 3 overs so far. Can he finish up strong here? And a hit into the gap, but apart from getting off strike, Cooper is back on strike now. Again, no pace. So the bowlers have really worked out that they don't need to apply any pace at all on these deliveries. Let Cooper and company generate their own power. Now we know he has power, but can he time these deliveries here that are coming at him without any pace at all? And nothing. He's just having real problems making contact. In fact, the last couple of deliveries, after he was a spectator for quite a while, his teammates couldn't get him on strike. And since that time, it's almost like his timing is gone because he's swinging so hard. And no pace at all from the deliveries. So Uthman Mohammed pleading with the umpire for a wide. He needs to be smart. Just push and run. If you're not going to, you don't want to waste too many deliveries. Just get a single and get off strike. So 172 for 5. Uthman Mohammed, who is expected to play a big role with the ball, but right now with the bat, he has to help out his captain here. He has to get off strike. And immediately they go for a quick single there. He hit it straight back to the bowler, who should have really stopped it. But he bobbled it, and they were able to complete the single. Might have hurt himself in the process too. Not a bad delivery, a little bit of inward movement. But Mohammed was going to run no matter what. So now it's up to this man to try and see if he could tack on something big here. 173 and make that 4. Make that 177. So 177 for 5 at the end of their 20 overs. So Uthman Mohammed was not out on 3, but Akil Cooper not out on 57. Powergen 177 for 5. It means that Bess Motors, Marchin Patriots, they need 178 for a victory. We'll get to their reply when we come back. Welcome back as we get ready for the start of the reply by the Bess Motors Marchin Patriots. And their openers are out there, Kamil Puran and Chandapal Hemraj. And it's going to be Puran who waits on Uthman Mohammed. And immediately starts on target. So this is really a gettable total, 178 for a victory. But it really depends on how well they go, especially early on with this pair. It's in the air, but it's safe and it's gone. And that's a good hit. That starts off proceedings here with a 6, both the long off and the long on, or the mid off and the mid on, in the circle. So once he's able to clear that field, there are no worries for him. So what a way to get off the mark here for Kamil Puran. Mohammed, I'm sure, would be anxious to maybe get one past the edge. And again, another one. So again, they may have to rethink the strategy here and maybe drop the long on back and bring this square leg in. The man at square leg, there's a man at point, and there's a man at square leg on the boundary.
Real clean hit in there from Kamil Puran. Electing to go straight. Always reward when you choose to do so, but Uthman Mohammed giving him some full-length deliveries to start off.
Again, so 3 in a row. And what an electrifying start this is from Kamil Puran. It says stand and deliver here. And good contact, good positive contact from Puran.
He's been in superb form this season through the 2-day and 50-over championship. Scored a century in the 50-over. Looking to carry that form through here to the T20 tournament. He's really developed quite superbly over the few years that I've seen him.
So now they a little belatedly, they have decided to bring the man at point in. They've also brought the man at square leg in, or are they going to send the square leg back out and put the man at long on all the way back on the boundary? Where does Uthman Mohammed go now? Does he go outside the off stump? He's a little too close to the stumps. And again, plenty of pace there.
Bit of extra bounce on that occasion, just doing Kamil Puran in.
Mohammed would also realize that a lot of the success that the bowlers in the first innings had was without much pace. And that's for just a little tickle. And quickly into the 20s.
Yeah, that time electing to be a bit cute. A diving Daniel Williams couldn't get near enough. 22 mammoth total over the first over. 22 without loss.
Yeah, and that's complements 3 big hits back to back to back from Puran.
See John Ross Jagisar taking up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's going to slow things down a bit. Very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, they're going to need somebody because that must have been a shock to the system there. So they're going to look to one of the more experienced bowlers to just to stem this run flow here. Now, if he can get turn, we saw Singh get appreciable turn on the surface. I would imagine John Ross Jagisar could extract a similar amount, if not more.
I think given the totals we've seen here today as well, compared to yesterday, the surface has a bit more in it for the bowlers compared to yesterday. Certainly gonna back himself. Left-handed Chandrapal Hemraj stands at the other end. He's just brought a slip as well.
Yeah, because of the amount of turn that they're getting. So I think he has to give himself a chance here. This is good attacking cricket. Let's see if it pays off. There's a loud appeal for LBW and he's gone. First ball. John Ross Jagisar, that one came with the arm, didn't turn as much. And square as they come, Chandrapal Hemraj really didn't go anywhere. He just kind of played from the crease. And the ball came right in at him. And he was plumb in front.
It's all action in this match here. That first over, 22 runs, and here wicket to open the second over. Chandrapal Hemraj is going to have to go for a golden duck.
So 22 for 1. And that's the ideal response from Powergen after they were really stunned by that first over assault from Kamil Puran.
You see them there in that huddle, just giving the message to each other to let's just get things back into the normalcy now.
Kirsten Kalicharan makes his way.
He's another batter who's been in some lovely form, struck a century at this very ground in the 50-over tournament.
So here's a young man who's probably only now beginning to understand his own game. And so much expectation at a very early age. And showed glimpses of it with the West Indies youth team. And really, I think the whole region is just waiting to exhale to see him start producing some of the scores that his talent suggests. But he's under some pressure here now. The experienced John Ross Jagisar. And he almost played it back to the bowler there. Really coming forward, trying to get back to ball, pushed out ahead of him a little bit. And he almost spooned a simple catch back to the bowler. Luckily, it was away from him.
This time played with a bit more authority. Jagisar operating with 2 fielders in the deep at long on and mid wicket.
Cut away nicely And once he gets it into the gap, it's 4 runs. A bit of a sloppy bit of fielding there, but well played by Kalitran. Good piece off the wicket and off the bat. So John Ross Jaggis a wicket with his first ball. Kalitran thinking for a moment of a second run. But again, just trying to keep the pressure on the fielders as much as possible.
You're gonna have to be wary as well. Jagisar has a very strong arm ball.
And Puran just coming down in time. Plays it with the full face of the bat and will pick up another run. So he retains strike. And at the end of over number 2 is 28 for 1.
For 1 after 2.
So Bess Motors Marchin Patriots, they need 178 for a victory. And the one thing they cannot afford to do is to lose early wickets. Puran looks, as they say, looks in the mood. He just took apart Uthman Mohammed in his first over. 22 runs off that first over. 3 sixes and a 4.
No surprise that seen a change of bowler after that first over. Spin as well, Ashmead Ned in from Guyana.
And a quite capable bowler as well, but more for the longer formats where he can bowl long spells. Here though, if he can get some purchase off the wicket, could make life very interesting.
He does have a bit of experience in the CPL as well. Should hold him in good stead.
Again, coming in with the arm. They might get a second. No, they decide against it. And they'll settle for that. Deshaun Charles attacking the ball. It's a little bit late getting off the boundary. I tell you what, if he is that sluggish again, they will probably chance their hand there on a second run.
Long off and deep mid wicket outside the ring.
In the air it goes, but I don't know if they're going to get there. Neither one is going to get there. He gets there, but he drops it. He did all the hard work, and he just couldn't hold on to it. But that was a brilliant effort. I don't think they could fault him for that. That was real 100% effort there from Charles. He just couldn't haul it in.
It was so well to get there. Always difficult to stabilize yourself when you're still moving.
So Puran misses out there, but it's still a wide. So Kirsten Kalicharan there, you have to say technically got a life there. That's well played. That's gone. One bounce into the Trinity section there. And a brilliant shot there from Kamil Puran.
That was a spectacular shot there. Really quite gorgeous how he executed it. Just on the front foot, and also disturbed a bird out there just in front of the Trinity stand.
Yeah, just give himself room and timed it to perfection.
He's just trying to retrieve the ball from underneath the stand. He's found it.
Yeah, when you play at venues across Trinidad and Tobago, that is a regular occurrence where you almost have to follow the ball into the bushes or under the trees or something. So you probably would have had some experience.
Well, even Kamil Puran would have some experience with that at the Marchin Patriots ground.
At the National Cricket Centre. Cracked away, that's 4 more. He was trying to squeeze in a quicker one there, but Puran was right on top of it. And he's in no-nonsense mood.
Yeah, just dropped the length a bit too much and had the width on offer. Kamil Puran didn't want to let that one by.
And that's the irony there. He probably is better off bringing the mid-wicket in and putting the man, because if he's going to bowl outside the off-stump like that, then you want to protect that boundary as much as possible. They still haven't protected it, but they brought another man from the onside. And Puran is just playing with them now. He plays with a straight bat.
Yeah, that's quality cricket there. Those 2 boundaries in a row. Knowing that long off his back. Just looking to rotate strike. Take the pressure off of himself.
And Ned goes kicking the ground there. He obviously didn't want to give up those 2 boundaries, but after 3 overs, it's 40 for 1.
Puran on 23. Patriots on 6. 40 for 1.
And Puran is keeping the pressure on because he is back on strike. So he's not letting up at all. And right now, I'm not sure they're setting the correct fields for him. And he's just manipulating them right now. They don't think they really settled on the type of field that they want for him. Long on and deep square leg. Those are the 2 men out. Chanras Jagisa, I'm sure, will be thinking, how can he quiet Puran? Or more importantly, how can he get him out? So 2 dot balls in this over so far. Puran goes for a little walk. Obviously deep in concentration. Another comfortable single. It's good, sensible batting because he knows he has to respect Jagisa, his experience and his capabilities with the ball. Let's see if Kalituran does a similar thing. He decides he's going to go and he's gone! Gone big! And it's an unusual shot in a sense because he wasn't hitting straight or across the line. He kind of hit it inside out and hit it over long off.
He knew all he had to do was clear that fielder at mid-off. And once he did so, he'd have a boundary. Struck it well enough to clear the boundary line completely.
So 1 for 13 now, Jagisa. Figures blemish. They should get a comfortable 2 here. Both batsmen are quite capable in terms of the running between the wickets. And already it's up to 49 for 1 now. We in over number 4. And a quicker delivery. John Ross Jagasa really speared that one in. And Kalitran looking to give himself room, almost ran into problems there, but he played it, kept it out to end the over. 49 for 1 after 4.
You could tell from Jagasa's reaction there that he thought he was in with a shout, but in the end, not so, just a dot ball.
So a really brisk start this from the Bess Motors Marchin Patriots. They know what their target is, and the longer Puran stays there is the closer he will get them to that target. Question is, who else is going to stick around?
Of course, we also saw a brisk start in the first game in the run chase, and things just evened out a bit throughout the middle phase.
This is Ned again, and still there is no sweeper out on the offside, but there's a nice little ring. They've dropped the mid off down to long off.
It's bowling more accurately towards this field now. Nothing particularly wrong with the field. It's just about Ned hitting his right line.
That's good bowling and good feel into his own bowling there, because Puran was probably thinking of a quick single, but Ned skipped across quite sprightly and denied him that run, that quick single. And again, so 4 in a row.
See Navin Bidesi doing the fielding on that occasion. He will certainly be into the attack soon.
Short ball, gift, put away brilliantly. And really asking to be hit there, and Puran was not going to spare him.
There's quite a few spectators down in that direction. He must have wanted to send that gift along to them. Not sure if Ned was trying to surprise him with that shorter length, but well, Kamil Puran is in such good form here. He's not going to miss out on that rank short delivery.
55 now, so the 50 is on the board. And once again, Puran manipulates things, so he gets the strike, he gets to retain the strike yet again. So 5 overs completed now, and it's 56 now for 1.
After 5 overs, Puran on 41, Kalitran on 14.
So story here is Puran, who's on 41 from 20. Kristan Kalitran is on 14 from 9. 56 for 1 as we start over number 6, the last over of the power play. So this is the interesting battle here, because I think Kirsten Kalitran is going to try to attack John Ross Jagger. He's going to try to keep going at him.
Pull in there at middle and leg stump, and that's an easy single down to long on. 2 balls in a row.
I think he's trying to see if he could encourage a sweep shot or a cross-batted shot so that he could go across the line. And that's a big hit. The man is out there, and he takes it. So Kamil Puran gutsy innings comes to an end, 42 from 21.
Yeah, that time he wanted to take on the man on the boundary. Just didn't get enough on it.
BDC. It's the man lineman out there.
He's always going to continue in that aggressive form. That's usually the way that he bats.
But that's a big blow struck there by Jagisa, John Ross Jagisa. So he's picked up 2 for 17 in his third over, and it was I was almost saying it was a little bit of a surprise that they give him that third over right away. But Cooper trusted his main man, and he delivered. So now they've lost 2 wickets inside the power play. You don't want to lose a third one. It's very difficult to recover when you lose 3 wickets in power plays.
If we look back at the comparison, what would have been the power play score of Powergen?
Actually, Powergen would have been behind, but they've not lost a wicket. 59 at the end of 6.
So there's 2 wickets in between the 2 teams. Christian Turton joins Kali Charan now. Another very aggressive player.
They need another partnership here now. They can ill afford to lose any more wickets right away. Christian Turton, no doubt, given a great opportunity here to showcase his talents. John Ross Jagger keeping the pressure on. I wonder if they're going to bowl him out.
Already bowled 3 in succession.
This is another one. This could be out as well. And he dropped it. Well, he seemed to wait for the ball to come down there, and really should have attacked it even more. But on this occasion, he just seemed a little reluctant to come into the ball, and then had to try and make a big, spectacular dive at the depth there to try to get under it. And that would have been a big, big blow for them there. But at the end of over number 6, it's 59 for 2.
Yeah, not the greatest piece of cricket we've seen all day. Turton looking to get off the mark with that big shot. Would have been ill-advised, especially had he gotten out. Would have been real disappointed with himself. You don't want to lose those 2 wickets back to back. And there's always that age-old saying, you don't want to lose 3 in the power play.
Powergen Penal. From will run together.
And even as was alluded to in the fielding, wasn't the greatest bit of work out there.
But he gets a chance to redeem himself, you'd have to say, get back into his captain's good graces. If he could pick up a couple of quick wickets.
Having Bidesi freshly retained by the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots for the CPL.
So a great opportunity for him now to try and get him on the wickets early. Doesn't have a slip. He has a short third man, a backward point in all the edge of the circle. And that one is dug out quite nicely there by Turton. Almost an identical field. There's still the man sweeping on the offside, right on the boundary, and then there's a long off. A short fine leg or short backward square. And just a 1 run. Set Ned out there attacking the ball quickly. So the game really now on a knife's edge. And this one is pulled away. And there's a man there straight into his lap. It goes. Is that Uthman Mohammed lineman out there? And he put it straight in his hands. Christian Turton couldn't resist. He goes for 2. And just like that, the game has really been turned on its head here now.
He saw that one was a bit shorter, not the greatest delivery, but not well executed, that shot from Christian Turton. And in the end, Bidesi does well to recover after that chance out there at long on. There's only 2 runs added to the total since then. So this game certainly swinging back towards Powergen now.
But here comes the experienced Raymond Reefer. Can he put all those years of experience into a big innings here for Bess Motors, Marchin Patriots?
He played a real valuable innings in the 50-over semi-final when Bess Motors Marchin Patriots were looking in a bit of trouble against Presal Sports Club.
So we're in the 7th over, and funny enough, after 6 overs, Patriots were 59 for 2. Powergen were 59 without loss. So they're level pegging, except in the wickets column. So I think they're going to put a slip in. Looks like Cooper is going in to slip. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on Reefer. First up. And immediately he's off the mark. So the little chess game continues here. When you move, I move. And again, this time that's gone. Kalitran didn't miss out. Turton tried to play that shot, but he didn't get anywhere near the kind of contact that Kalitran did there. And that one just went sailing out of the ground.
That one went up into the top tier and bounced its way back down.
The center of gravity is so small that looked very short to him. He was on the back foot in a hurry and just belted it out to the ground. That brings the over to an end. It's now 68 for 3 after 7.
That's what the Marchin Patriots. 68-3. Kalitran 22, report 1. The target is 178.
So now it's up to Kristen Kalitran to try and get this team going again. Lost a couple partners there that you didn't really want to, including Puran, who was doing the heavy lifting. So Avinash Mahabir Singh for just getting enough bat on it. So this is going to be an interesting battle here. The experienced Rifa up against the youngster Mahabir Singh. So one by one, they're trying to keep things turning over here. This has been a very bright start, but then they've kind of lost their way a little bit here now with these 3 wickets. This pair, which is a very competent pair, and the ideal man is at the crease in Rifa, very experienced, so he would have seen this many a time. So this is nothing new to him. He's been used to batting under pressure. And again, the ball almost running away from him, but good recovery out in the deep there just to be able to pull it back. And again, another very well judged single, so not much they could do about it. And these two have worked up a pretty good understanding already about the importance of running between the wickets. And here they go again. They go for 1. They look for a second. He's going to have to hurry. He just misses. Had he hit that, that would have been very, very tight for Reefer. All the same, 8 overs completed. It's 75 for 3 now.
75 for 3 update.
And of course, for all those NBA fans, the New York Knicks have picked up another win over Philadelphia. And, they now lead that series 3 games to nothing. So they're 1 win away from advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's a great shot. That's in the gap. And once it beats them there, that's a short boundary. Reefer picks up a boundary.
Very well played with that angle provided by the DC. Wasn't too much turn on offer there, so he just played it in the direction it was headed and picked the gap quite nicely.
And that's the inviting single on the onside. There's nobody in front of the bat there. I would imagine it's only a matter of time before the captain decides to try and plug that gap, let him play another shot, a different shot. But now they have the same thing on the opposite side now because he's come over on the offside. And gotta turn this late on that one. And the second time around, it just goes through, and they seem to have it covered. But then, like a subterranean rodent, it just passed, almost like a gopher from the movie Caddyshack. It just went under his legs. That's a good delivery. They're going to go quickly. If he hits it right over now. Did it hit? It struck Kalicharan, I think, and it's gone for 4. So again, good effort on the part of Williams, trying to effect a run out.
I can't fault the attacking intent there by the fielding team. That's 5 more runs to the total.
In the air again, proven to be a little bit of a challenge there. That backward point position, it's not the easiest position to field because the ball spins a lot and you have to really get your body in position. At the end of the over, and at the end of over number 9, it's 87 for 3. So Kalitran is 28-14 to Raymond. Reefer, that is. So plenty of space out there on the onside. It's like a single every time. Now the reverse is evident as well. Tarifa on the onside. He could get a single there. There's an appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Might have just gotten some bat onto it. But you could see him aiming for that spot on the onside there where there's a gift of a single every time.
They've been sliding down as well.
Good tumbling save there from Cooper. Mahabir Singh has done too badly. It's a second over, 9 runs conceded so far in total. Now they might think of a second run and they'll get it too. It's difficult because from the time the fielder hasn't picked up the ball and they're already touching down for the first run, the second run is almost automatic. And these two have put together a 30-run partnership from 20 balls. And again, they're going back for a second run. He's going to have to hurry. And they're appealing for a run out. Not out, says the umpire. Again, Kalicharan was really at full stretch there. Now, was it a direct hit? Would have been tight. But I think he might have been safely home.
Marchin Patriots, 93.
But it really was touch and go there. 93 for 3 after 10.
Time to drink.
And the players will take a refreshment break as well, so we'll be back. So welcome you back here. The players are back in position as they get ready to resume play out in the middle. Christian Calitran playing a brilliant hand here. He's on 33 from 22. Raymond Reefer has also been comfortable. He's at 15 from 10. He's on strike. This one is in the air. It goes high, and gone. There was a man at long on for a moment. He thought he was in play, and then only to watch it sail over his head. So maximum to get things started after the break. Not for the first time we've seen that. So Reefer playing another good hand here. Now he's up to 21. $99 for 3. Make that 100. Reefer wants a second run. But excellent movement there from Charles. So the 100 is on the board. Powergen didn't get to their 100 until their 12th over. Another short ball that he miscues badly, and it's probably saved them. They're going back for the second run. Again, to miscue did him in because he probably didn't anticipate that it would take so long to get to him. See on Charles. And again, just ambling after the ball. There's not much you could do once the ball is dropped. You have to get to the ball quickly and release it. In the meantime, 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Calitran goes up to 35. Another quick single taken, but excellent running. And the moment the ball is played, they're off and running. 103 for 3 now after 11. Another excellent hand being played here by Raymond Reefer.
At the end of the 11th over, 103 for the loss of 3 wickets, 75 runs required, 51 in the room.
So 75 more runs to go. There are 54 balls to get those runs. Plenty of deliveries to work with. And this pair, they've really done very well since the fall of that 3rd wicket. It was 61 for 3. There's Reefer again, respecting the good deliveries, but trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He doesn't want to get bogged down. Because there's nobody inside that area there, even if he plays it uppishly, he's safe because there's nobody there to catch it. That's well played again by Kalitran. He just got into his wicket quickly and really just helped it past that short fine leg. And once it does that, badly line delivery there, taken full advantage of by Kalitran. And not much they could do about that. The running is so good that even though they now have the fielder there, once he's at the end of the circle, they're able to still manipulate the ball into the space and take a comfortable single. Here's another appeal for LBW. Yes, he is. And there goes Reefer for 23. Probably played right across that one. And Avinash Mahabir Singh gets the breakthrough. And another little twist here now. 110 for 4. So that's the score after 12 overs. After 12, Powergen were 107 for 1. So a real solid breakthrough there. Bess motoring beautifully so far, finding ways to score runs. Tishon Castro makes his way out. Did a fine job with the ball, although he was a bit expensive. Ended with 2 for 42 from his 4 overs. So Ned is back in business now. Can they? He's gonna have to attack off stump, outside the off stump. And a quick single again, a little bubble in the field, not able to pick it up cleanly. Had he done that, might have been interesting to see where Castro was. Now this is the change here. Can Castro keep up with Kalitran in terms of the running between the wickets? We know Castro is a vicious hitter of the ball. So once he settles, it could be happy times for the Patriots. Bowled him right through the gate. It kept a little bit low, but Ned with the breakthrough, 43 to Kalitran, but he has to go. So 112 now for 5. And that's the big blow. That's the body blow that they didn't want. A little bit of turn. He was trying to turn it on the onside. You could see the face of the bat turned towards leg. But he turned too much. And it missed the bat, but didn't miss the stump. So the skipper makes his way out into the middle. Boy, they need something from him. And they need something big from him as well. Has to be disappointing for him that they've lost these 5 wickets in the 13th over. Still have a long way to go, but they only have 5 wickets in hand. But they have to keep going. They can't slow down now. 66 more needed, but they still have 45 balls in which to get those runs. So they're not out of contention here at all by any stretch of the imagination. But it's going to need some solid batting. Castro, I'm sure, will hold his end. Can Ali keep his nerve? That's the important thing here. They have to be so careful now when you're running well between wickets with one batsman. When there's a break in that partnership, sometimes the communication goes. And here they are anticipating nicely and getting the quick single. So Ned with a breakthrough, 1 for 22 now in his 3rd over. Just one delivery left. One legal delivery, that is. And that one struck him on the party's out. LBW. It kept low, rushed on to Tishon Castro. And he goes LBW for 1. So Ned with 2 in the over. And Castro didn't have a real chance there. What an over. And it's now 113 for 6. So plenty of work to do still. 4 wickets in hand. Ali is out there, the captain, who is brave enough to stand up and help him get the team over the line. Rivaldo Ramlogan. He bowled beautifully, Ramlogan. Now they're going to ask him to bat even better than he bowled. "65 runs, 42 balls." So 2 wickets in that over from Ned. Looking to bowl out here. And that one is swung in the air, but it's going to drop well short. So the game really has taken a dramatic turn. And Ned with those 2 wickets in that 1 over. Saram Logan. And that's a good shot. That's in the gap. That's 4 runs. So the very first ball pitched up outside the off stump and just swatted away. So now they moved the man from the onside, who was in front, more in the mid-wicket position, to try to cut off that easy single there. And now he's gone to an extra cover position on the offside. So the bowler now has to bowl outside the off stump. And that's exactly where the captain just came from. And they're going to get two quickly. And so it's really the bowler is not reading the script here very well. You can't even attack the stumps. If you put the man, now he's coming back to almost that position there. Now you can bowl a little straighter, but essentially it's off stump, outside the off stump. So when it's hit down the ground and just knocked down there. For a single. And so sometimes that's kind of like, that's the bowler having to do his part in understanding what is required. A little bit of a freakish kind of sweep shot.
Yeah.
But there's a short fine leg, so you have to be careful. Cooper all over that one. 14 gone. It's 121 now for 6.
Yeah, things really set up here for a very close, very exciting finish.
So again, the game is, it could go either way here, but I suppose Ram Logan may have to really do some heavy lifting here. Adrian Ali looks like he's happy to just push it around, get the quick single, but rotate strike. But I think he's going to rely on Ram Logan to do most of the heavy lifting.
Ali more of a touch player, Ram Logan more adept at those big shots. But Adrian Ali as captain would certainly want to stay out there until the very last ball.
Bidesi and company would be hoping that they could get rid of him. So Navin Bidesi. And there's another shot, but he might have been struck outside the off stump there. But that one kept very low indeed.
That seemed to be the only thing being against the DC on that occasion. Yeah, definitely outside.
Again, trying to ring the ball, and he probably just gripped it a little too long on that occasion. He's 1 for 33. And again, a little bit of indecision, but there's looking for runs. This one is turned from outside the off stump. Again, just trying to figure out ways where he can get runs, minimize risk. 124 now, or 125 for 6. For 4. Or does it? It went very close to the boundary. And the umpire is unmoved. So you look at it again. This was very close.
Yeah, missed if he signaled leg byes on that occasion because it really was quite close.
It's at this stage now where they have to be really smart. 128 for 6. "15 overs completed. After 15, Powergen were 134 for 2. But then they too lost a couple of wickets in the push for quick runs. Players going every which way. Man leaving point on the offside to go to the boundary on the onside of mid-wicket.
Here we see John Ross Jagissaw returning into the attack. We're wondering if he would have bowled his 4 overs up front or if he would have saved one for this period here. And seems as if Powergen Penal very well equipped at this stage with this over in hand.
There's a stumping appeal and not out. Williams whipping off the bails quickly. And these dot balls, that's really... Look at how quick, look at how far that ball spun after pitching. Turned like a leg break. That's hit straight. There's a man coming across, but he can't prevent it from going over.
He did well to get close to it, but it seemed that it had enough height on it.
Just ahead of him.
And that momentum might have taken him over the boundary line had he grasped onto it.
Yeah, you would have had to catch it and throw it back or just knock it down.
Yeah, there was no one else there that would have been able to help him complete a relay catch.
Again, they could pick up a quick 2 here. Instead, they have to settle for 1 because Ali was not prepared to try a second run there. He was going to the danger end. He's not the biggest of men. He doesn't have the longest strides. So he probably knows his limitations and decided, 1 is enough. And here he is now with the reverse. Well executed. It's part of the modern game now. Batsman just uncorks this reverse almost at will.
Not an easy shot to pick that gap as well with. It's a shot where sometimes you might end up hitting it straight to a fielder, and he did very well on that occasion to pick the gap in the offside.
And again, he's trying to swing through the onside, struck on the pad. Now the umpire hasn't signaled anything as a leg by, so they might be bat onto that one.
It didn't look out on first look. It was definitely outside the line as well. But as far as the umpire was concerned, there was a bit of bat involved too.
So he lives to fight on here. He's up to 9 from 10 now. 19 from 9 is from Logan. And struck on the pad, but well down the wicket. Again, that delivery that moves like a leg break, even though he's bowling with an off-break action. It's the end of the over. 16 completed now. It's 140 for 6.
So Ashmi Ned returns into the attack from the media center end. Two for 22 in his 3 overs.
Yeah, he had 2 wickets in his last over, and including that of Christian Kalituran for 43, and then he followed it up by getting Castro LBW for 1. So again, Ali doing his part, getting his big hitter back on strike quickly, because they need Rivaldo Ramlogan to clear the boundary a couple times. You know, you could be aiming for that short side. And there he goes, trying his luck there, trying to take it from outside the off stump to get it through or get it over the fence at mid-wicket.
He's in constant conversation with Ram Logan as well. See them there just meeting up. He was trying to tell him something before that ball as well.
And again, so you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get under the ball and to lift it. And it's almost like a little bit of wrist work as well. He's just trying to get under it and scoop it up, hoping that he has enough power to clear the mid-wicket fence. And he goes straight. That's a good hit. And even though there's a man lurking there, he can't do anything about that. That's 6 runs. You could see him rehearsing it. Just trying to get under it and get it up.
He timed it well and got enough power that time. Can certainly understand that straight shot, and even on the leg side, even going against the turn, it is the shorter side.
That's played nicely into the gap. That's going to run away for 4 more.
A real finesse on that occasion. Saw there was wit on offer, his eyes lit up, and he saw those 2 fielders at third man and point were in the ring. Pierce that gap.
But although Ned was at least he's not falling into the trap of trying to attack the stumps. And because once you start on the stumps, the batsmen now are good enough to swing you away to the onside. And sometimes that could cause you real strife. A productive over, that one for the Patriots. It's 17 going now, 152 for 6. So they need 26. They have 18 balls, so they're right there. So Uthman Mohammed, Odejon Charles is coming in now. What a time. Cannot afford to be loose here. Instructions being bellowed from the stands.
Yeah, that's the one and only Duckman.
He's not balancing anything on his head tonight, is he? But the game is nicely balanced as well. And this man is playing a big hand here, Rivaldo Ramlogan. He's up to 30 now from 15.
Interestingly, I had no idea Duckman was here, but I heard him. And the voice is unmistakable. Dijon Charles into the attack here. Very late to enter the attack. Has to keep things right from ball one. Starts off with a dot.
Remember, John Ross Jagisa bowled out. Uthman Mohammed had that expensive first over. And this one is into the gap as well. That too is going to run away for 4. So this is where this game could slip away quickly from Powergen.
So it's going to be difficult entering the attack at this stage. On that occasion, it was Adrian Ali entering the boundary count.
So again, big shuffling taking place. Charles cannot afford to bowl on the pads. That's too easy. He has to be outside the off stump. And that's more like it. So it's really about the bowlers, the batsmen, everybody reading what is happening out there and coming up with a counter. Whatever the bowler is trying to do, the batsman must be aware and take appropriate steps. In the air, there's a man there at long off, but he's just running there to retrieve it because that one was struck beautifully.
He's been out there for quite a while. He's pushed a few around and now he's really unleashing Captain Adrian Ali. 50 partnership between these two.
When you consider Ali was late to the party, so to speak, he's now catching up 20 from 14. And this one is in the air and it's taken eventually. So Ali's cameo comes to an end now. He goes for 20. So another twist here now.
Oh, this game keeps on giving. Charles with a much shorter delivery that time saw that Ali was enjoying the fuller stuff and said, let's see how you deal with this shorter dug-in delivery. Well, didn't deal with it all too well. So 163 for 7 now. Still 15 runs to be gotten.
Well, they have more than enough balls to get those runs. So they shouldn't panic.
So here comes Kastri Singh.
So again, the target is 178. 15 from 13. So now it's just about who will hold their nerve the longest here. It was at about this time of the innings when Cooper couldn't get on strike and they lost about 3 quick wickets. And then he lost his momentum. And there's a player that's peeling for a catch on the wicket. He's gone. First ball. So all of a sudden, Charles, who has been brought into the attack and starting cold, as they say, is picking up 2 wickets and giving his team a real chance here now.
It was a shaky start from him in the beginning of the over. 11 runs he gave away, but I don't think his team would mind that too much, ending the over with 2 wickets. Rivaldo Ramlogan stranded at that other end. He's on his haunches. Of course, he is going to be on strike for this new over. Joined by well-experienced Ricky Jaipal. 163 for 8. Two overs still to be completed. No one can tell where this is gonna end. Uthman Mohammed returns into the attack. His first over went for 22 runs, hasn't bowled an over since. Real crunch time for him. Certainly gonna be a lot of nerves going through his system. With an offer, they'll scramble through for 1. Coming back for a second, and well judged by these 2 batters here. Rivaldo Ramlogan is gonna want to keep as much strike as he can. All the Bess Motors Marchin Patriots fans and teammates are going to just be counting down these runs. Powergen, on the other hand, are going to be counting down the wickets. 2 wickets, 13 runs. Brilliant delivery by Uthman Mohammed. That wide Yorker. Can't do anything with that. Ramlogan has that deep third man quite fine. A deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. Low full toss this time, carved out to deep mid-wicket. It'll only be 1. 12 required now. That brings Jaipal on strike. Yet to face a delivery. Brilliant execution at the death, but they're still gonna be able to take a quick run. Ramlugan back on strike. Have a short word with each other. Oh, brilliant bowling here. Thinks about going for the run out, but says rather elect to be a bit safe. It'd be chaotic if that went away to the boundary. So one delivery remaining in this penultimate over. Still 10 runs required. They can't afford a boundary here, Powergen. And that's cute there. Wonderfully played. Saw that there was no one in the deep there. Missed his length, Uthman Muhammad. And that boundary that they could ill afford is, well, see that there. A wonderfully executed shot. So now 6 runs off 6 deliveries. Dejon Charles, mind you, took 2 wickets off his previous 2 deliveries. He's also on a hat-trick, so he'll want to take this wicket here. Extra motivation. Also, that was Jaipal who got that boundary as well. So Ramlugan again, he'll take strike. What a game we've had. It's been action from ball 1. Everyone in the crowd would certainly value every bit of what they've seen here. It's been worth every dollar. Dejon Charles awaits at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. About to bowl here to Rivaldo Ramlugan. Smashes that down to deep cover. And it'll just be 1. They can get home in singles. They'll keep reminding themselves of that. Fielders in the deep at cover. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. 5 from 5. Jaipal back in the firing line. Again, a short word between the two. Not going to overcomplicate things too much. Not putting too many words in each other's ears. They've practiced time and time for crunch moments like these. Short this time, swiveled, but fine leg. Does well enough. There was a bit of a skip and a bubble there, but these two in the middle, not wanting to chance a run out at this stage, I would certainly not be on the menu for Bess Motors Marchin Patriots. So now 5 in 4. Played down to long off, and they'll come back for a second. It's now back to a runner ball. Well, actually, it's 2 runs in 3 deliveries. So sneaking that second run there has brought the equation in favor of the Marchin Patriots. Just a small fields change now being brought. He's brought an extra man into the ring. Oh, he sent fine leg on the boundary now. Not all the way back though. Drop and run. And they get there. And they come back for a second. Marchin Patriots have got there in the end with just one ball to go. Some nerves there from Powergen, resulting in that second run. What a brilliant game we've witnessed here today, and what a brilliant innings we've seen from Rivaldo Ramlogan. See Captain Adrian Ali is all smiles out there. Certainly proud of all of his troops. And that's the man on screen there. Rivaldo Ramlogan. When he came to the crease, things were looking in all sorts of trouble for Marchin Patriots, but both him and Captain Ali stabilized. What a game we've witnessed here. In the end, victorious by just 2 wickets. It's been all action, all drama. We've seen highs and lows of all sorts in this match. And we've been treated to an absolute T20 Festival classic. Day 1 and Day 2 have produced brilliant matches here. And we're certainly going to be here for many, many more throughout the next 2 weeks and a bit. So do stay tuned as we'll have the presentation shortly. Thank you all for viewing this coverage here. Of course, tomorrow action continues. So do be here for it. First match at 3 p.m., second match at 7 p.m. But as from up here, that's all. And good night. Do stay tuned for that presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's hear a round of applause for both teams for a very interesting contest here. As we proceed to our presentation this evening and the Man of the Match award, again, we want to thank the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as they extend their sincere thanks and appreciation to the Caribbean Premier League, the Trinbago Knight Riders, the TKR, and the Queen's Park Cricket Club for their valuable support for Trinidad and Tobago's T20 Festival 2026 and their continued development of cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. At this time, we want to invite the Man of the Match, Rivaldo Ramlogan, to receive his award. Mr. Avinash Lalu, the head of commercials, Blue Waters, Trinidad Limited. 40 not out from 23 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. Certainly, Rivaldo, congratulations. How are you feeling? Had any doubts at all?
Nah, just believe in myself. When I went out to bat, you John tell me, I was the person to finish the game and get the job done.
Yeah. You had some useful little partnerships inside of there, but then wickets kept falling, things going away a little bit. At any point at all, did you guys feel that this was just going to slip away from you? Because you all started well, then you kind of wobbled a little bit in the middle.
With our team, you never underestimate none of the players. But one thing 11 is batsman, and once we believe in myself, nothing is impossible.
Okay, congratulations and well played. So there is Rivaldo. Can we get the two captains to come forward? No, just one. So you come here, we speak, of course, with Mr. Akil Cooper. Akil, just come inside. Tough luck on this one. 177, you probably felt you had enough?
I thought we was about 15 runs short after batting first. But all in all, I believe in my bowlers, and I thought we could have defended.
A brilliant innings, 57 not out. How you felt about your own form? You started a little bit slowly, but then eventually you blossomed.
I think the pitch is a pitch where you need to watch a few balls, and then I decided now I need to flick the switch and get a decent score for the team.
Of course, you talk about being 20 runs short. You got a good start from your two openers, and then you yourself contributed well in the end. How do you correct that, though? Is it a question of just concentration or just playing what the opponents give you?
I thought Marchin bowled well in the back end of the innings. I think the pacers come and did what the skipper required of them, bowl into the pitch, bowl a little wider, mix up the deliveries. So kudos to Marchin. I thought they bowled well in the end.
Okay, well, all the best. I know this is just one setback, but hopefully you can rebound quickly.
Yeah, man.
Okay, thanks so much. That's Akil Cooper. Let's go Adrian Ali. Quickly here. Adrian, congratulations. Shoot, I see you playing with your heart there all over the body. It's hurting you. Congratulations. How you feel about this win?
Yeah, thanks. I think it means a lot to us as a team, and I'm really happy for Rivaldo. And when we asked Rivaldo to come to the club, it wasn't to be a fast bowler. It was to obviously be a genuine all-rounder. And I just trained back on my memory a bit. A few years ago in Premier 2, he made the most runs for us. So I always knew Rivaldo could bat. So just happy to see him come off tonight, do the work, and obviously bring home the game for us.
As you heard from Cooper there, your bowlers did a good job as well to restrict them. When they looked like 200 was on the cards, you kept them under 280, get them under 180 at 177 in the end.
Yeah, well, the discussion at the halftime is that we had to make some changes. We had to adapt. I thought we didn't start well with the ball. We didn't understand what the wicket was doing. But after a few overs, when we understood what was required on the wicket, I decided to go with the senior guys again, although they went for a lot up front. And they adjusted and they did the work. Really top bowling by Castro, Rivaldo, and we find the end there to close up the innings and obviously keep them under a score that we can chase.
And Arifa did a good number, came back with the ball, and then also with the bat, he contributed well for you. How important it is to have somebody like him with that kind of experience?
I mean, again, when we played in the league, we realized we were missing someone in the middle who is experienced enough just to carry us those few overs in that phase. That number 5 there was missing, and ever since Rifa came into the team has definitely transformed into a match-winning team.
Okay, Adrian, congratulations. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
So you have it there from the man himself, Adrian Ali, the captain of the successful Best Motors Marchin Patriots outfit. A big win for them tonight by 2 wickets over Powergen Penal. Remember to join us again tomorrow, 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock, right here at the Queen's Park Oval as the T20 Festival continues